Not enough. Not enough. Ready?
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, May 6, 2025. It's 9 a.m. Today is Military Appreciation Month. And so proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, May 1st, 2025 at 4:40 p.m.
Okay, let's stand brief for a moment of silence. We'll have Veteran Service Officer Steve Hernandez lead us in the pledge.
Please join the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, at this time, if there's any members of the public that are here to address any issues with the court on business matters, please do so at this time. Seeing none, we'll go to items D as proclamations and resolutions. And so if Dustin, if you'll read the proclamation into the record, it's proclamation declaring the month of May as Treatment Court Month. And if those representatives are here to receive it, please come forward at this time.
All right, this is a proclamation of the McLennan County Commissioners Court declaring the month of May as Treatment Court Month. Whereas, according to All Rise, treatment courts are the most successful intervention in our nation's history for leading people with substance use and mental health disorders out of the justice system and into lives of recovery, stability, and health. And whereas treatment courts provide a range of economic benefits to a community, such as reduced costs in court and prison expenditures, increased tax revenues, and decreased costs related to victimization. And whereas treatment courts combine accountability with evidence-based treatment, and whereas treatment courts annually refer more than 150,000 people to life-saving treatment and recovery support services. And whereas, according to All Rise, treatment courts significantly improve substance use and mental health disorder treatment outcomes and prevent fatal overdoses. And whereas treatment courts facilitate community-wide partnerships, bringing people together with public safety and public health. And whereas there are now more than 4,000 treatment courts nationwide. And whereas treatment courts demonstrate that when one person rises, we all rise. Whereas McLennan County advocates recovery in our community through the continued support of 3 specialty courts: Recovery Court, Veterans Treatment Court, and Mental Health Court. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the McLennan County Commissioners Court declares the month of May as Treatment Court Month. Be it further proclaimed, a copy of this proclamation be made a permanent part of the minutes of the Commissioners Court. Judge?
All right, thank you. This is a very well-deserved recognition. A fine group of folks that help us in this new endeavor, really, for the last several years of creating the treatment court. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank Judge Hodges for helping us establish that. Several years back, started with the Veterans Court, and then Mental Health and Court, and then Judge Devin Agam also worked with the drug and alcohol piece of it. So now we've got them all combined and have a really fine staff of folks here. Appreciate all the hard work that all of y'all do and the passion you have, and being able to deliver the services to improve our growing mental health community, and there's no doubt about that. So
thank you, Judge.
yes, and you're welcome to address the court, any of you.
Judge, as I've told you many times, we are so proud and appreciative of the work that you do, this court does, in helping us in this area. and the county's commitment to help folks who have mental health issues. It's important. You're right, this team does great work. All three of our specialty courts do really good work, and I'd be remiss, Judge, if I didn't take a minute to single out Amy Lowry, who received the Mary Covington Award for the Specialty Court Mental Health Treatment Person of the Year, essentially. So she does great work.
Did we get adequate pictures and all, or do we need more?
We'll need pictures, yeah, that was just a video.
Let's turn this way. We have two professional photographers here.
Yeah, look at this way. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thank you.
Tracy, thank you.
Okay.
It's 2 hands, I still mess it up.
She's pretty talented.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's changing those, maybe, yeah.
Okay, one piece of business to get out of the way is, under,
We need a motion.
wait, excuse me. Yeah, do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve that.
Second.
I have a motion and second to approve that proclamation. Any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. Also, as y'all may recall, that former President and General Manager of Hortex Fair, Wes Allison, who's been with us 23 years, which is no surprise to me, got hired away from a very large livestock show in Denver, the National Western, which is really a compliment to us to have a fellow with his category, his abilities and skills to advance from here up to a big, significant, one of the largest livestock, maybe the number 1 or 2 livestock shows in the nation. So we did a proclamation and presented it to him at the event that we had, a farewell party, and it was very well received. He and his wife wanted me to extend the thanks to the court for all the hard work that we put in to help Heart of Texas Fair and to help push along the mission statements that they have out there, which a lot of it focuses around youth and scholarships and those things. And so there's been, I'm not sure how many millions of dollars have been in scholarships from that organization through the years, but it's a lot. But and in that, I would also like to recognize, I'm very proud to have Dustin Sufall here. Dustin, if you'll stand up briefly. If you'll, he is our new President and General Manager, and we welcome you and we look forward to helping in any way we can. He's no greenhorn to the Heart of Texas Fair. He's been there a long time. His background is right in line with what the mission is for the Heart of Texas Fair. So I'd like to make a motion that the court approve, ratify the proclamation that I presented, and also to welcome Dustin Sufall into that position.
Second.
Second, the motion made and second.
I have a quick question. Dustin, how much money did y'all award last week?
813,000.
313,000. And so there's a new award for, in the chairman, or the chairman's in honor of Wes for 13,000, is that correct?
Yes, sir. As chairman, awarded a $13,000 scholarship in honor of Wes Allison.
Checks in the mail on that. Yeah, that, and so also there's a effort going on with past chairman to set up a large fund endowment
Great.
Commitment too.
That's the
So
way to do it.
it's already several $100,000 committed to it, so.
I went to 53 students from all over the state of Texas who have at one time or another shown and exhibited right here in Central Texas and in Waco, and it was a amazing banquet, very, very, very impressive. And I think out of the 53, about 30 of them were going to Texas A&M, if I understand.
Why would you bring that up?
I just wanted to mention that, maybe we can, you know.
I'm surprised we didn't get a whoop out of that. All right, there I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Those pass. Thank y'all. All right, next, just to clean up some business, I'd like to go to consent agenda. And I recommend pulling E3B, which is the department head reviews. And if there's no other pulls, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those pulls previously mentioned.
So move.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Thank you. All right. We have several presentations this morning from outside entities, and I'd like to go to M8, discussion or action regarding the Salvation Army and the Building Hope campaign. So, Judge West, I think is now you're the chairman, is that right?
I'm the chairman of the advisory board, yes, sir.
All right.
And this is Major Miracle.
Yes, sir. Good morning again.
Major Taylor came and spoke to us, and we haven't gone public with our capital campaign. What we're doing is moving the church on the interstate, all of our property on 4th Street, which includes the Bureau of Prisons where we house federal detainees, so to speak, and all that's being moved to LaSalle. We've already purchased the property, correct? We have all the zoning from the city of Waco. The city of Waco, in an effort to open up 4th Street in Webster, which is the Magnolia area, of course, to continue to allow it to grow, we're moving to LaSalle. The Bureau of Prisons, where we house people released from federal prison, is going to be non-existent after we move. Only thing that we'll do with them is in-house monitoring, recovery healthcare monitors, basically. They're going to be on GPS, and that's all we'll do. So there will be no new people coming into Waco that weren't from Waco to be housed at our Bureau of Prisons where we do it now. So that's going to be gone. No one else in Central Texas has stepped up to say, hey, we want to invest a couple $1 million and we'll house them. So I think most of the federal stuff, because you go to prison, then you get out and you get on probation. They do it opposite of the way we do it here on the state level. But they're supposed to have a 6 months transition. Instead of doing it in our facility, they'll be doing it at home with a monitor, and they'll have to check in. And of course, GPS, we can track them wherever they go, as long as they don't cut it off. And so that's going to be eliminated from the downtown area. That's gone.
Judge, can I add to that? Just to add to that, the staff that we'll maintain for what will be a day reporting program instead of an overnight program will be housed out of our facility that is our thrift store and admin offices currently on Waco Drive. So they will all be staffed there. There will be folks who will come and report to them for day reporting, but no one will be housed in the Salvation Army, and our staffing will be decreased because we won't have anyone housed overnight any longer.
So we have a $21 million budget to build, which you see here. Very modern, very aesthetic, pleasing to the community eye. It's going to be an enhancement. So, for example, today it's supposed to rain all day. The homeless don't have to stay down under the tree or be on your front porch of a building. They're going to have a day center where they can come and stay during the day. Now, one of our most important things is we'll continue to feed people every day, 365, okay? The other important part of it is pink That's where the women and the children, the families, we have 15 apartments. We have 3 in Sally's house right now, and they sleeping on top of each other just about. And y'all are aware of Sally's house. And so the Salvation Army requires that we have the money, pledge to pay the money before we can move dirt September 1. And if we don't move September 1, we're gonna be working off the thrift store because Clifton Robinson bought all of our properties and he gave us, 4 years? And if we don't start September 1 moving dirt, we're not gonna make it. So far, we've raised $19 million. And so the city, as the judge knows, contributed $1 million. They rezoned and all that, didn't charge us for any of that. And worked on the floodplain and all that good stuff on LaSalle. So we're coming to the court asking, as a part to develop our community, take care of our veterans who are homeless, the other homeless in Waco, for a contribution or a commitment of $500,000. It's a lot, yes, we know, but one person is worth more than $500,000. One veteran who served is worth more than $500,000. So that's our plea to the court, and we ask you to take that in consideration. Obviously, y'all are going to want to meet because it's budget time, but it can be paid in payments. It doesn't have to be paid all at once, but if you approve it, it needs to be in the minutes so we can give it to DHQ and then go, all right, there's your $21 million, start moving the dirt. So that's what we're asking for. September 1 is a big day for us. I know the budget will be finished by then for the most part. So if we could, we're asking hopefully to hear back from you in July. Because we have to go through Dallas, has to go through Atlanta, and occasionally the international group gets involved. So that's our time frame, and that's our plea. Anything else, Major Miracle?
Just to add, for what I'm holding here, just to walk you through it very quickly, as the judge said, the pink is 15 apartment units. The lighter green color there that's next to the pink is the women's shelter. The mustard yellow is the dining room. Coming across to the other end, the dark blue at the bottom there is the men's shelter. The light blue is the day reporting center, or day center, where we'll be able to teach classes, both large and small classes there. And all of the green that you see there are offices and admin. So that's kind of the layout of this building in total.
So, any questions?
Where's this going to be at, Judge? What location on
Is
the
that
site?
912 LaSalle?
LaSalle. Okay.
Right off 9th and LaSalle.
Primrose is back behind us.
Okay.
Phipps is next door to us.
Big vacant land right there.
Yeah.
It's like, what, 9 acres?
That where,
We bought the whole 9 acres right there.
I know where it is.
It did wrap around,
Yes, it's a big L-shaped
big
property.
L shape still?
Yes.
Okay.
Right. It's hard to tell from all the renderings, but you know, that's what the front's gonna look like. It's gonna have this huge entry with the curve, the modern curve on it.
And the way it's been designed, this building will not face LaSalle, it will face to the side. And all the folks who come to this building will come on the side street, which is either 12th or 14th, I get those two confused. And there will actually be a bus stop placed right there, and they'll walk up from the side street to this building. So they won't be coming directly off LaSalle, which for safety reasons, it's a better design.
That's the reason for the flip.
Yes.
Y'all may recall, last year there was a presentation because there was a hope, I think, that there would be ARPA money, American Rescue Plan money available, but it was overprescribed. And so we have all of it obligated. So what we asked is for them to come back for when we start the budgeting process for the 26 year. That time frame in July we have to approve the budget when?
By the end of August, the adopted budget.
Yeah, the adopted budget, that's right. And so anything that we talk about or work on and start in the budget process, none of it's approved until the budget's adopted, but we'll try to keep in touch and where we are with that, and the possibility we may ask come back and have further discussions and those kind of things. So
We'll be available.
we really appreciate y'all coming.
How old are your buildings now? They're ancient, right? I guess the one on the interstates.
The one on the interstate was built in 1962, at a cost of $146,000. The ones that are down on Webster were built in the 60s and early 70s.
Yeah, and plus this consolidates
Yes.
a lot of it.
Consolidates all of those together. The only building we'll maintain that we're in now is our thrift store that's on Waco Drive.
And
We'll
then
stay there.
this move allows the property that is, it's coming off of to be developed, which should go on the tax base.
Sure.
At that time. And it's it's high value, property due to its location.
Example for our church, there is a easement running through our yard, which has been abandoned by the city. And so now we have a huge lot. You can put a hotel on there. So there's so much area around the church.
Yeah.
I mean, it's gonna get developed.
Yeah. Thank y'all very much.
Y'all own that property fee simple? Y'all own that property fee simple? Like if you sell it, that money would come back to you?
Which money?
Where the church is.
The I-35 property?
It's already been sold.
So
Which part, it's already factored into the budget.
It's already been,
Hard bought it all.
oh, okay.
we, Clifton Robinson bought it and he paid us $1 million over the market value.
He bought both properties.
He bought everything.
I'm gonna see if I have something to sell him.
Well, Bland Cromwell's the guy who put it all together with Clifton, and
No surprise there.
my guess is that they'll both own a lot of something down there.
Yeah.
Before it's all said and done.
No doubt.
Nice campus.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all, appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Dustin, do we need a motion to approve that report for recording purposes?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'll make that motion. Is there a second?
Second?
My motion is second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed. All right, I'd like to go to, under K1, discussion or action on the ARPA water project update from Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman, represented by Tom Ray and Haley Deutschman. So if y'all come forward.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Appreciate the opportunity to bring you an update. It's been a little while since we've done this, and we continue to watch out for the projects that the county, I think quite generously provided some of its ARPA funding to get done. These projects, a number of them are related to the arsenic situation in the eastern part of the county. A number of them relate to requirements for generators, backup redundant power at these treatment plants. So we've got a presentation that Haley has put together, and I'm going to let Haley do most of the overview for you. But the second, is that the second sheet or the, yeah, well, the first sheet shows just a reminder of when things have to be done. What are the completion dates for ARPA? These are federal requirements attached to the funding, and the one to recognize is by the end of 2026, December 31st, 2026, projects, funds must be spent and those projects completed. So that's kind of LAN's task, is to look at and review and monitor and get reports. We ask for reports every month from all of these. So we have all of those available and provide those to the county, review those. And that's how we kind of track what's going on. And this is a presentation based on what we're seeing today.
Yes.
So, Haley, if you want to go through the highlights of the next table.
So, as Tom said, we at LAN get monthly reports, and then the county gets quarterly reports, which is kind of a summation of the past 3 months. So this table is based on the first quarterly report, which was received in April. And it lists each entity on the left, all the ones with active projects and completed projects. Those highlighted in green are 100% complete and 100% funds expended, so either closed out by the county or in the process of being closed out. We have quite a few that are very close to being completed, like the Byram Arsenic Project, City of Lorena, City of West, MS, and Ross. I would expect most of those to be completed, some of them within the next month, probably, possibly already are completed. And then in the third column, we have allocated ARPA funds. That's just a reminder of what was set up in either their beneficiary or subrecipient agreement. And then the far right column is the total amount of funds spent by each entity thus far. I did want to go over quickly the ones that have the red not started. So that would be Axtell, WSC. So their non-arsenic project was for an emergency generator. That has been 100% completed, and they actually had a little bit of leftover funds. So they submitted some additional needs to the county, and those needs were approved. They're detailed in the next slide. So it includes SCADA. They're going to buy a piece of property for an additional water tank, and then upgrade some failing water lines. Those things are all in the planning stage. They just have not started construction. For City of Riesel non-arsenic project, they have completed the design documents and anticipate going to bid within the next few months. So construction would start this year.
And what is theirs on the non-arsenic? What was it they were going to do?
It was also a generator.
A generator?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Okay.
For LTG, their arsenic project, the construction has not started for that one. They are receiving some pushback in the easement acquisition area. So we have requested a easement exhibit from their engineer to kind of show us exactly where they're having issues. And we received an update from their engineer letting us know kind of what's going on. It's really that they're having a few critical landowners along the proposed path where they cannot move the water line to the county right away. So Danny mentioned that their options are to either pursue eminent domain or to reroute the water line alignment. So they're
And eminent domain, that won't fit the time frame.
right.
And so it has to be rerouted.
Rerouted.
Which would mean go to the ditch or the county right of way or penalty right of way, right? Is that correct?
Well, I think, it's my understanding that these may, because of the locations involved, that they cannot go into county right away. So they might have to reroute with, well, they'll either have to look at the price of those easements again, or reroute through easements, through properties that are more, even though they may not be as convenient in terms of the construction, they may be more convenient in terms of agreeing to provide an easement.
And they have a third-party person working on right-of-way acquisition.
I believe they do, yes. I
Finley.
don't recall who's working on that. Is it Finley?
Charlie Finley. That's
Is
who.
it Finley?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'll call Charlie and kind of get some more information on that one. That's kind of on the critical list for us.
Yes, and we plan on having a meeting with Danny Hayes, the engineer for LTG, just to get a better picture of an update.
Okay.
So then we have the last one, which is Prairie Hill. They have also completed design, and they are bidding, I believe currently, and are anticipated to start construction this month. So all of them have at least started, are really close to starting. And then we have quite a few that are done and really close to being done.
Okay.
And like I
Well, I
said,
guess the rule, what does the rule say? Do we have to be, does it have to be completed or
Completed.
that we just expend the funds?
Should be completed, and so you would expend, like, we match the expenses with the period in which it is, the expenses has been incurred, so.
Okay.
But yes, long story short, it needs to be completed, the project needs to be complete.
Another question. Are any of these of any particular concern that they won't make completion date?
Really just the LTG issue
I
at
think it
present.
is LTG that we want to, and it, you know, we're concerned, every project seems to run into easement issues, you know, and those are challenging, but I think those can be overcome, and, you know, it may cost more, it may not be as, the project may not be as direct and
Well laid out.
yeah, I mean, they've got a project laid out that that optimizes cost and those kind of things. That may have to be abandoned to get the easements and get the project done. But we'll continue to monitor that one, and they're coming in to talk to us about it, so.
And
Yes.
I think where Commissioner is headed, and that's what I'm thinking is, as we get close, we don't want to wait till the last minute and, okay, so we're going to have these funds that are
Sunk. I mean, we'll have to give it
unspent.
back.
We know we've got many needs still that we weren't able to fulfill. So the sooner we get an idea on that, we can repurpose the funds, and I'd hate to see anything go back.
And there's some, like, down at the bottom here, Prairie Hill, not started and anticipated next month, but all the funds have been expended. What is that?
I'm sorry, you go ahead, Haley.
I was just gonna say they used it on design.
On design?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if that doesn't reach fruition, we're not out any money there, are we? There's no clawback required from the federal government on that, is there? If it doesn't make the deadline?
So I would,
Well, the completion of that project is the design. So if we complete the design.
Well, that
we
was their
check
whole
the
project.
box.
Okay.
Right.
and some of
On a
these.
lot of these projects, we have reduced the scope of the project down to something that can be completed during the time.
Good.
So,
Good. Okay.
And I know I'm kind of new on, and Judge, you might can help me on this. Prairie Hill getting our funds, how much is in different counties, or how does that work?
So, what we've done is we prorated only to where the meters are in McLennan County.
Okay,
They don't get funds for going to Hill or.
right, because they have different funds through those
Yeah,
courts.
same way over at Byrom and some
Yes, sir.
of those others.
Okay.
Too.
And I believe all of the projects, if not at least 95% of them, are located solely in McLennan County, like the actual infrastructure itself.
Yeah.
So, yes, lots of progress being made on those. The next slide is just, again, the additional scope items. Axel and EOL both had completed their non-arsenic projects, and so we're able to use those leftover funds for improving other things that were needed. For EOL, they've already painted the inside of some storage tanks, and then they're gonna upgrade aging water lines. That's in the planning phase. So the last page is just an overall view of the funds spent for the arsenic projects. And we are almost at halfway, pretty close to having those funds spent. And then for the non-arsenic, we are over halfway.
Any questions? Anyone have? And, there is a list of priorities, so if funding doesn't happen in one place, there's other places, but, like in switching money to aging, plumbing, infrastructure, that's qualified, right?
Yes.
And I can tell you, every one of them have it needs with aging, infrastructure.
They do.
Most of the additional funds were not super significant. It was, probably less than 100,000, which is not a lot for a water system.
Yeah,
so.
that's right. Okay. All right, any other questions or comments?
Well, I would comment that the use of, McLennan County's use of these ARPA funds for these projects has been very beneficial. That would otherwise, and I think this was the intent, to try to avoid additional cost on those local systems, rural systems from federal mandates and state mandates in terms of the generators. So I think you've made a difference, and I'm pleased with the way the projects are going.
Yeah, those generators were really, we know what happened in February 21.
Right.
And the generator, all the generators didn't work. And so, had to be backups and redundancy, and we met those needs. So I think the people on the using side of the meter appreciate that a whole lot, so.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Anything else? Is
Very
there a
much.
motion to accept this report for recording purposes?
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. I want to jump to one, F2. Justin, if you'll come forward, I don't know that there's a lot you need to say because we've already talked about it, but under F2 is the authorization of recommended bid 25010. These are portable stalls for Extraco Event Center. And then, go ahead, Ken.
Yes, sir. We did advertise that, and I will share that we only got one response on time. But this was advertised and we did all the right things. I'll share, we did get a second response, but it came in past the date and time to be open. So anyway, this meets all the specifications as that we included in the bid, and the bid amount meets our expectations. So we recommend McLennan County Commissioners Court grant the award for the portable stalls for the Extraco Event Center to Pilot Plastic LLC, doing business as Triton Barn Systems, in the amount of $277,157.50.
Okay. Any questions?
Said when the balance was ready, they'll ship the rest. Any idea when the balance will be ready? We're not talking about 2 or 3 years, are we?
No,
sir. I believe the completed stalls should all be here by November, if that's correct, Ken.
for 14 to 18 weeks after we issue an order.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Any questions?
Nope. Move to approve.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
I appreciate it.
All right.
Thank y'all.
Good to see you.
See you.
All right, we need to get Helton back to work, so let's go to G10. This is regarding the Treasury Management Service Agreement, Authorization Agreement, renewal of the PNC Bank, formerly known as BB. If we start going formerly, all the formerly named banks will take forever, but BBV or including the PNC Treasury Management Service Agreement. Okay, Bill.
Well, we presented I presented the renewal, and it has changed somewhat from prior year renewals. But we started on it in January. Ken gave me a little heads up, and it took longer than any renewal we've ever done. So been reviewed by Dustin and outside legal counsel, and we've worked through all of the problems, and I recommend approval. I'm here to entertain any questions that you might have. So.
Okay. Are there any questions?
Are there any material changes that we need to know about per se?
Well, they went up on their fees, they went up on their earnings credits. They still say that we'll not have to pay anything for the services. These things are all allowed for renewals. That's the only two things I can think of really that are noteworthy in this. They still do annual billing. All of our issues were, we worked around them, or not worked around them. They conceded in all of those that were material to us, and so we finally came to an arrangement that works.
Okay. All right. Any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
Okay, thank
Bill?
you.
Bill, appreciate it.
Okay.
Okay, continuing to jump around, I'd like to go to G9. This is authorization of lease agreement with Pitney Bowes. Smart lockers for tax office. Kathy, are you on, or Ken, are you gonna talk about that?
I'm on. Can you hear me?
I can.
We can.
Okay. My microphone is not working, so I had to call in.
Okay.
This was an item that was in our budget for the year, and it's the smart lockers that will be basically a self-serve once we complete the web dealer transactions. As part of the HB 718, where all the dealers have to process their titles through web dealer. They still have to come into the tax office to pick up their registration paperwork. So that would include the registration sticker. And so the cost is basically what we had estimated last year, except we have decided to go with lockers that have more smaller spaces, since we're only going to need to put stickers in them. If you look, the picture of what we're getting, there's a table of contents and it has page numbers, but it doesn't, the pages aren't numbered. So on page 4 is a diagram of the lockers we're getting. And when the web dealer is processed for a dealer, it'll generate an email, which will give the dealer a code. They'll be able to come up and it'll be self-serve with the kiosk. They won't have to go get a ticket and wait to see one of our people in order to get their registration paperwork. So it should be great for the dealers, a great service for them, and it also allows our people to continue processing web dealer titles, because there's going to be this year there's going to be a lot of help needed for the dealers, as well as just, you know, working through the change. So that's what it looks like, and you'll see all those small compartments. Those are wide enough to hold the registration paperwork, and then the large ones at the bottom can be used for customers such as fleet. So if a school district is doing, say, all of their buses and their cars, where they would have a big stack of license plates, we'll still be processing fleet. We'll still be processing fiduciaries like Members Credit Union, our credit union, who we also do title work for. So those can be going into the larger lockers. We had budgeted $3,460, which is 4 months worth. And the quote is essentially the same. And so I think it would be $3,457 for getting them in by June 1st and being ready to go by July 1st.
Kathy, where's that going to be at?
We are taking out chairs in what we call the dealer room, because there won't be a need for them to be waiting to be served in person, since they will be processing on web dealer. We'll only have, as I mentioned, the fiduciaries and the fleet customers, but most of them drop off and pick up. So we shouldn't have a need for a lot of people waiting in that area anymore.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the lease agreement.
Second.
Have motion and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Kathy.
That'll probably speed it up.
It would.
Okay. let's go back to the top, to the suggested pull items out of the consent agenda. Well, no, we can't start that yet. That starts at 1:30. That's the department head reviews. Go to,
Judge, it'll be item F1,
Yeah,
authorization of service quotation with Smith's detection for x-ray machines.
all right, thank you. And David, are you on? All right, Major Ives, are you on? We can come back to him when he gets on.
Well, and Judge, it's pretty straightforward if you want to. It's just,
Yeah, go ahead.
it's a quotation totaling $19,587. It's an increase from last year. Last year was $18,477. And it's for those 3 x-rays at the courthouse, the annex, and the 74th District Court.
Okay. Any questions anyone have?
And just in case anyone asks, I don't think there are very many vendors that's why we.
Yeah.
And we have to do it because of the radiation.
Anyway, no choice. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion, second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. All right, Dustin, go ahead.
All right, moving down to item G, contracts and local agreements. G1 is authorization of interlocal cooperative agreement with Lorena Independent School District. Road work on Mr. Woody Road and Bus Road. Commissioner Smith?
Well, it's a straight up interlocal. They've asked us to reseal a couple of roads that are located on school district property. So we've agreed to do that, and the amount's $10,890. So my motion would be to approve the agreement with Lorena ISD.
Second.
All right, I have a motion, second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G2 is authorization of state plan of operation agreement application with the state of Texas for the Texas Law Enforcement Support Office LESO program surplus property for the sheriff's office. Captain Nixon?
There he is.
Good morning.
Morning, Judge. Morning, Commissioners. This is just the application that we do every year for our 1033 program, our LESO program, which we have our helicopters and other property through.
All right, any questions anyone have?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any discussion?
Hey, is anything else on the pipeline coming up, or are they, as far as?
Not as of yet, and, you know, a lot of that stuff, Commissioner, we just find out right when it's available.
Yeah.
So the application packet allows us to go ahead and move on that whenever we're.
Get access. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? All right, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you.
Thanks, Sean.
G3 is authorization of immunization service agreement with Walgreens for hepatitis B vaccinations. And I believe we need to defer this, right, Anna?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, I'll make a motion, we defer. I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
G4 is authorization of memorandum of understanding with Highlands Foot and Ankle for McLennan County Indigent Healthcare Program. Heather?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
We are wanting to add a new physician to our list of providers here for the Indigent Healthcare Program. And this is for Highlands Foot and Ankle. We've recently been introduced to them through referrals from Waco Family Medicine doctors. They specialize in surgical care and medical treatment for foot and ankle conditions, diabetic wound care, things like that. And they are in agreement with Medicaid reimbursement rates. So we would like to add them as one of our new providers.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
G5 is authorization of contract with Unite Private Networks LLC doing business as Segra for internet service at 2124 North 25th Street. John?
Morning.
Morning.
So this is just a request for providing internet service for the new building that's been purchased on 25th Street. It's another company that we're looking to do business with, Segra. And we think it's a very reasonable price. It's under the price we normally quoted for this speed. That'd provide for $850 a month, it'd be 1 gigabit internet for that location. The only thing we're pointing out here, it is on TIP's contract, but that the monthly fee, since it's a new purchase and it wasn't budgeted, would have to come from contingencies.
Right. All right, any questions? No questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
G6 is authorization of services agreement with governmentjobs.com, doing business as NeoGov for vetted subscription background investigation software for the sheriff's office. Major Ives?
We were currently or previously using Background Solutions for our background application for new applicants, and that company was, unbeknownst to us, we didn't know about it before it really happened, acquired by NeoGov/Power DMS. So we are transitioning to the new vetted system that purchased the system that we previously used, and this is a contract for that new service provider since they were acquired by this other company.
Any questions?
So the company is Power DMS?
Technically, it's NeoGov because not only did NeoGov acquired Power DMS and Power DMS acquired background, it's a triple chain of acquisition.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passed.
G7 is authorization of sales order agreement, service agreement, and related addendums, amendments, documents with CDWP for a plat scanner for the county clerk's office. Ken?
Yes, this is a lease agreement for a wide format printer scanner. The lease amount is $4,824.51. It's a 60-month lease. I believe that's a yearly lease amount. There's a $600 maintenance agreement that's included in that lease amount. So anyway, this is for the county clerk's office.
Any questions? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Oh, I said wrong. It was a monthly lease amount for the $4,824.51.
I think that's clear. Okay. Dustin?
All right, moving on to G8, authorization of wastewater inspection systems agreement with Riddell Septic LLC for Road and Bridge Precinct 2. TJ?
Yes, this is just our yearly agreement with Riddell. We've reviewed it. No changes from last year. We recommend it for approval.
All right, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve agreement with Riddell.
All right, I have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Moving on to item H, capital improvement and construction projects. H1 is regarding Chapel Road improvements, bid 23-013, agreement with Kasparian Underground, doing business as H&B Contractors, authorization of application for payment number 14. Amy?
Before she starts, I'd like to point out that I thought it's a little bit suspicious to get a cookie right before the department head reviews. But I think she figured us out that we can be bought with food.
Food is love, right?
Yeah, that's right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Proceed.
So this is just our normal monthly invoice that's been reviewed and approved by Walker Partners and the engineer's office for H&B for progress on Chapel. Our monthly update meeting is tomorrow, so I'll have further updates if anyone has any questions on where we're at with the project, but we're still looking at completion date of January of next year.
Okay, good. Well, the residents will be happy, and we will too.
Absolutely.
It's going to be really nice, and it's going to open up a pretty nice corridor for a highly growth area out there. So
yes.
I think it'll spur economic development, which we'll get our money back over time. All right. Any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve application number 14. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Thank you.
All right.
You have the next.
And then Amy's got a few items in a row. So H2 is regarding the Old Springfield Road Waterline Improvement Project, Engineering Services Agreement with Walker Partners, Authorization of Engineering Surveying Services Invoices. And we have H2A is regarding the services through February. H2B are regarding their services through March. So Amy?
Yes, good morning. We were a little behind on invoices because of the transition that happened in the office, so we're catching up on the ones we owe for Walker Partners for this month for the work that they've done supervising the Old Springfield water line. That project should be done in the next 2 months. They're making good progress, so.
Completely finished in the next few months, is that correct? Okay.
Yep.
All right, any other discussion? Any questions? If no questions, I'll make a motion to approve this request.
Second.
You have a motion second, any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H3 is regarding the agreement for professional services and proposal for additional construction phase services with CP&Y doing business as STV. Authorization of professional service invoice number 31 for bridge replacement at North Crooked Creek and wing wall repairs at Talk Creek. Amy?
Yes, this one is a little bit of a thorn in everybody's side, but we're finally finished with this project, and this was for additional costs for supervision from the engineering company because this project did run so late because of the issues that we had.
Any questions?
Did we, because of the situation, did we ask the company to pay this fee?
We're still holding their last invoice.
Okay.
So that was something that I wanted to have a discussion about, where we want to go with that invoice.
Okay.
So,
But for another time?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, and
Yes,
you
sir.
might get with Amy and
Yeah, I just want to,
get all the details and then come with the court.
I can already tell she's already read up on it. As frustrated as everybody else
I don't
is.
see anybody with their volume on.
Okay. All right.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Hey, real quick, there's some feedback coming on the speaker. If everybody would, if you're not on, if you wouldn't mind muting your, we're hearing a keyboard, some sort of keyboard punch in, so. if
I
everybody-
thought they were mixing a bowl of soup or something. Okay, thank
All
you.
right, moving on to item H4 regarding the professional services agreement and amendment with RPS Infrastructure, authorization of invoice for plans, specifications, and estimate documents for off-system bridge repairs. Amy?
Yes, this project, the design is completed. I think we're just waiting on some acquisitions and easements so that we can move forward with bidding. So we're very close to getting to the construction phase, and this is just the final invoice for design work from the design engineers.
All right, any questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Move to approve the invoice.
Second.
Have motion second, any discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
H5 is regarding the McLennan County Highway 6 jail roof project, bid 24-009, authorization of application for payment number 5 from the roof company Waco. Ken?
Yes, TGA and I have reviewed this pay application. It's in the amount of $134,425. And I'll share with you, visited with TJ yesterday. This project is virtually complete. We'll have their last pay application on the next court agenda. So anyway, we recommend to approval.
Okay. Any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
H6 is regarding the Justice of the Peace Precinct 5 Office Edition fee proposal from CP&Y doing business as STV, authorization of professional services invoice for February 2025. Ken?
Yes, they're submitting a current billing for the final design for the addition to JP5 in the amount of $5,429.02, and we recommend approval.
All right, any questions? Not any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the invoice. Second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
All right, moving on to item I, budget amendments. I-1s regarding the FY25 budget. Francis?
Thank you. So for FY25, we have a handful of budget amendments, starting with I-1A. This is in general fund for the county auditor's office, my office. There was an increase in cost related to items charged to other services and charges, so some of our consultant fees, the GFOA-related fees, and so we've made some accommodations and are able to move within our department, and so we're asking to move within our department into other services and charges for the year. I-1B, this is General Fund County Court at Law 1. They are needing an increase, a slight increase in repair and maintenance. They are requesting to move within their department into that line to cover a portion of a maintenance agreement with CTWP. I-1C is a certification of revenue and related budget amendment. This is a donation that was received from the Waco Women's Lions Club. It was budgeted specifically, donated specifically for the benefit of victim services. And so we are certifying that amount of $2,500. And then you'll see on the second page the budget amendment requested. So we will increase that revenue line for that donation and then also increase the line that allows the DA's office to utilize those funds for victim services support. I-1D, this is Fund 151, which is our language access fund. And so, of course, we want to utilize these funds as fully as possible before moving back to general fund. And so we are requesting to increase the line item for language translation for 19th District Court, moving from contingencies in that fund for cost for the remainder of the year. I-1E, this is General Fund Road and Bridge 2, requesting to move within their department to accommodate the purchase of a soil roller, tractor, and shredder in this fiscal year. Then I-1F, this is a budget amendment that combines two of our bond funds, Fund 422 and Fund 423, which are the proceeds from the 2022 and 2023 certificates of obligation. And so what this is doing is this is accommodating the IGMP number 2 that John Irwin presented and you approved last Tuesday. And so definitely sufficient funds in those bond proceeds to cover that IGMP 2. And that completes the budget amendments, I-1A through I-1F.
All right, any questions? On item, on Precinct 2's deal, is that coming out of the contingency fund above the Precinct 2's budget or contingency within the?
No, sir, all within the Road and Bridge 2 budget.
Thank you. All right, any other questions? All right, if not, is there a motion to approve I-1A through I-1F?
Yes, sir.
So moved. Second.
All right, have a motion second, any discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay.
I-1.
Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead, Judge, sorry. I was just gonna introduce I-1G really quickly and then we can go to Mark if that's okay.
Okay.
So I-1G is Waco Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association discussion and or action regarding funding requests. We received a request that's in your packet for assistance for this convention that's to be held at the Convention Center from July 6th to July 9th. Just as a reminder, we can't just fund a convention. We have to fund something that has a specific county purpose. So we've asked Mr. Williams to help identify that. I know Commissioner Smith reached out yesterday to ask if the city of Waco is funding. I know Waco does provide some funds to this organization. The large part are done through donation and other events, but we were hoping Mr. Williams would be here today. So if we could just defer this until May the 20th, then I can try to find out specifically if the city of Waco is funding this convention as well.
All right.
One question real quickly, and Captain Davenport may be able to tell me, are we involved in this in any way or just a total separate? Okay.
And so we'll get Mr. Williams in here to kind of explain specifically how it might help, so. All right, I'll make a motion we defer.
Second.
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, I'd
All right,
like,
if we could move. Sorry, go ahead, Judge.
I'd like to go to item M6, discussion and consideration of projects to be included in the future certificate of obligation finance, approval of authority for county staff and financial advisor to proceed with the future issuance of other matters related thereof. So, Mr. McLennan?
Thank you, Judge. My name is Mark McLennan with Samco Capital Markets. Jack McLennan works with us and is handing out a couple items for consideration.
Any kin?
Ken, his close kin's son.
Okay.
We've had some conversations with both Dustin, the judge, Mr. Jones, and Francis about what's going on in Austin, as well as what capital improvement plans you all have on the horizon. We've been doing certificates of obligation almost every year to fund your capital improvements over the next year or so. Austin has got a couple of things going, HB 19 for one, that's going to restrict the ability for cities and counties to use certificates of obligations going forward. It has not gotten out of the House Ways and Means Committee, but there's talk that if it doesn't get out there, it may be tapped on to another bill. So as a defensive strategy, because you knew we know we have these projects, we suggested looking to see what we could do without raising the tax rate and move this year's projects and perhaps next year's and even the following year's projects into this year as a CO, and do that again without having an impact on your tax rate. So our structure over the years on our debt is to actually have declining debt as you go forward, not a flat debt service schedule or an increasing, but declining so that future courts can make decisions. We ran the numbers, and this is the sheet that we have, green banner on the top. It has your taxable value, it has your existing debt, current INS tax rate for that existing debt. If you can see, there's a line there at 2025, and our existing INS tax rate is 28.7 cents. I'm sorry, 2.87 cents. Next year, if you don't do anything, it drops to 2.3 cents, and continues dropping. So those are the opportunities when you have a chance to borrow without impacting your INS tax rate. We rolled in a $30 million certificate of obligation. First payment, slightly lower than the latter payments, but it was in a manner to get this debt in so that you don't have to have this fight next year and the following year. Now take it all the way to the far right-hand column. Your proposed INS tax rate going forward stays relatively the same for the next 3 years, and then will start to drop and sets you up to do these up to $30 million worth of projects without an impact on what your current INS tax rate is. So that was kind of the starting point that we had with the Finance Committee, and then we've put together a timetable that would allow that to work. And the timetable is the other sheet. It has today's meeting as a meeting to move forward. Well, the May 20th commission meeting would be with the first legal step if you think this is a good plan going forward. And that's the notice of intention resolution. The notice of intention resolution will say an amount not to exceed. The county intends to borrow an amount not to exceed, in this instance, an example, $30 million for the following projects. And you would provide that list of following projects. That sets it up for a bond sale July 15th. If you follow down, there's a bunch of steps that we take and have to go through with the rating agency. And I say we, Francis, Dustin, the judge, and perhaps Commissioner Jones. And then you'll see closing August 6th. That's when funds would be in the bank. If HB 19 or others get approved, it goes into effect September 1, August 31st. So our financing has to be completed by August 31st to be under the current rules and laws and out of the state. So that really sets us up to borrow and meet a timeline to proceed. And then, Judge, I don't know, you provided me a list of projects. Is that something for you to discuss, or is that something you want me to go through?
You can go through them.
So the judge and Dustin sent a list of projects that would need to be, could be included. And I don't have the full details, but it's purchase of property and buildings, ADA renovations at current facilities, judicial office facilities, remodel and new construction, certain road and bridge projects, roofing and maintenance projects on existing buildings, archive buildings, climate, humidity controlled spaces, equipment for county purposes, drainage and flood control studies, and structure. All of those would be able to fit in this, and we don't put dollar amounts for each item, because if one item comes in lower than the others, then that money can get moved over. So we try to be global in the notice of intention resolution to give you as a court as much authority and control of projects as possible. And so that's really sets us up. So if it's something that you want to do, and we want to get this in prior to August 31st, we would want you to authorize staff to bring forward the notice of intention resolution with the amount not to exceed for the meeting on May 20th.
And that's the key, the term not to exceed. Therefore, we have the full amount if we need it, but if the bill doesn't pass and we decide we want to wait and hold some of this, these needs for the next budget year, we can do so, and we can decide at that time. But the language is broad, and then in regards to what the funds can be used for, which is almost any kind of long-term project, which we want to match up long-term projects with long-term debt. And then we can make that determination. We don't really know what the interest rate will be at the time of the sale, but if that were to cause some issue and we weren't in a bind to sell all that debt, we could hold some for the next year just for risk mitigation on interest rates. So that's a general thought about it. So gives us a lot of working room.
Mark, how confident are you in your 4.5% illustration?
Well, that's really a great question. So over the last month, we've seen interest rates fluctuate more than I've ever seen, even more so than during COVID. And we've seen 100 basis point swings in 3 days, which means interest rates, so be specific on timing, when some of Trump's tariffs were put out there, interest rates went from below 4%, the 10-year Treasury bond, to as high as 5% before it turned around immediately when he put a 90-day pause. And right now, that 10-year bond is at 4.30. So with that in mind, I'm confident if people keep quiet.
Now,
And
I don't know about that.
And no, I think that's a fair point.
I think it really kind of boils down to who's selling our bonds or not. I think if somebody's using the pressure of selling our bonds as a negotiating tactic, then we're all sunk.
And so really, and one of the things that we do have here, we have the
And that's
bond
why I
sale.
like this, the idea we're talking about on the flexibility.
And this is where I'm going to get to this. So July 15th
Yeah.
is the sale date.
Mm-hmm.
If the market is in one of those fluxes, we have, the commissioners' courts can say, we're delaying this action to the first meeting in August. As long as we close prior to August 31st, you're fine. So it gives you that flexibility, Commissioner Jones, that you're talking about. We didn't want to start, we have a lot of sales that have a sale date scheduled for the first week in August. That means if there's a flux in the market that day, we can't really close it, postpone it 2 weeks to the next council meeting or court meeting, and still close within August 31st. Once you sell bonds, I know many of the commissioners have gone through this before. Once we sell bonds, the Attorney General has to approve our debt issuances. And it takes about 20 business days for them to do so. So if we start pushing it past August, the first week in August, it's going to be tough to get it done by August 31st. So that was the reason why we structured this with a July 15th sale, and didn't want to be in a position that something is spoken and the market just goes, hey,
Recording in progress.
that we don't have to sell that day.
Okay, understand. So, I'm assuming other counties and municipalities are doing the same thing we're doing.
Judge?
A lot of these markets have, are driven by supply and demand. And so if there is a big effort to sell more bonds than historically normal, is that going to affect?
It might push things 5 basis points higher. Again, we're in a national market.
Yeah, true.
Bond buyers come, Texas specific, people like buying Texas bonds.
Yeah.
But those Texas purchasers are national. And I can see a, oversupply in Texas bonds, PSF, particularly school bonds, permanent school fund guaranteed bonds. We are going to actually be, if we meet this schedule, a couple of weeks in front of the August rush that we're going to see. If we typically have 10 sales in August, just our team, we're probably going to have 15 to 20. And you multiply that by everybody over within Texas, you're going to see more volume in August than probably most Augusts that we normally live through. So your point's well taken, but the national market will absorb it. There might be a 5 basis point swing. If we sold today, I would be judging or estimating at 4.25. So that 4.5, I think I've got some cushion in there. But with the way things swung when those tariffs started coming out, this still gets us within the 90-day pause that the president put in. So hopefully it will just be calm.
Any questions?
And Francis answered this, I guess, what monies do we have available currently from bond proceeds that aren't dedicated?
So currently, after John Irwin presented that second IGMP last week, and then he gave us a more narrowed down total estimate of the whole project. All of our bond funds are spoken for. The remaining ones that are sitting for the rest of the downtown jail project.
Okay, so we have no available?
No, and so we have, a lot tied up right now in budget in Chapel Road specifically, and then the downtown jail project, some remaining, and then we'll use up those funds for the IGMP 3. And so I'm estimating just on what the information that Kevin Carr gave us last week, that we would need to utilize about 6 million more in other funding, whether that be a bond issuance or whatever you decide, but.
Yeah, so there's 6 to 10 million that we have to sell.
Yes.
Correct.
Yeah, of course, that gives us a reason
Yeah.
to proceed forward.
That's right, and we've got with this wording, we can have a discussion and come to an agreement on actually exactly what it needs to be. So, but I think, kind of where we're sitting right now, more than likely, a lot more than what we need this year, maybe all that we need this year and at least half of what we need next year, even if the legislation doesn't change. So,
I think that's a reasonable amount.
yeah.
I think going forward, getting anything passed on a GEO is gonna be pretty tough. How many GEOs failed this weekend?
Voter approved.
And there's some talk in XB 19 of making a super majority instead of just simple majority.
Yeah, and
70-something%.
Yeah, right.
yeah, in a November election. That's the other thing. So strategic selling of bonds is limited to what it used to be if that happens, yeah.
But the way we've approached this has enabled us to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
And to see that the INS has not changed much at all. It's,
Yeah.
So what do we need to decide today to move forward, or is there, what needs to happen today, action-wise?
The first legal step would be the next meeting.
May 20th.
We were looking for direction today. The judge and Dustin and our whole group doesn't want to come to you without you seeing and talking about it.
Right.
We'd hate to come here for a notice of intention and that'd be the first time
Yeah.
you've looked at it.
Everybody needs to be all informed completely in the court and get any questions answered. And in the meantime, if you have questions between now and the next meeting, well, be sure to, quick as you can, get those to me or directly to Mark as far as that's concerned. Just, if you don't mind, copy Dustin, just so we'll know what all the conversation is and be able to help where we can. But,
Judge, I think if we just wanted to, if the court's willing to and wants to take action today, it can just be as simple as giving the authority for county staff and the financial advisor to proceed with this future issuance.
okay. That seem reasonable? Everybody?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Thank you, Judge and Court. We'll be here in a couple of weeks to take care of this notice of intention resolution. We'll get it up a week or so beforehand.
Okay, if anything changes, let us know.
Will do. And by the way, I just realized what that stuff coming out of the sky is. We don't get it in South Texas.
Yeah, I know it.
It's good and green here. We're dry still.
I know it. I know it.
It's crazy. Thank y'all.
Right.
Appreciate y'all.
Take care.
Pleasure meeting y'all.
Bet.
Pleasure meeting you. Thank you. Good luck to you. Okay.
We can move back to item I2 regarding the FY26 budget. Francis, do you have anything today under I2A?
Yes, I'm going to give you some updates. Let me share my screen. So I'm going to pull up the calendar that we've talked through on a previous meeting, just to remind us where we're at. Today, you'll see Tuesday, May 6th. I had originally thought we would have some preliminary rates to look at and kind of bounce some ideas around. Unfortunately, I don't have those as of yet, but we'll move those to the next meeting. And so I think some of these discussions, the goals and the process, having those preliminary rates would be really important to talk through those. So apologize for that, but just want to keep our minds going on what's occurring here. And if you have any questions, any concerns, please let me know. But again, just to review our calendar, we walk through all the way almost to the end of August. Through May and June, we'll be providing you a lot of preliminary information, which will help us get started full force in July. And so we asked for budget requests to be back to our office by the end of last week. And so those will still be coming in. We'll be meeting with some of our larger offices and having a lot more conversations. And then hopefully having the information ready for you to review by mid-June. So you'll have a couple weeks to look at that and get familiarized with it. So then just looking, sorry. I was going to look at July specifically and point out some specific dates. So this is a very simplistic calendar, but just to look at it at a glance. So of course, we have a regular court agenda on Tuesday, July 1st. And so if we have time and y'all are ready, we could go ahead and dive into a big picture look at the budget that day. And then if you wanted to move it over into Wednesday afternoon, we could do that as well. Again, we'll play it by ear. And
We'll say, play it by
Yes.
ear, but if we can, let's dive in, and that will save us some time and
Yes.
all that, so.
On the first?
On the first, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I agree.
Yes, sir.
And even if, now that we have a lot of time, we could post it for a long, we can adjourn at noon if we need to, or not adjourn, excuse me, recess at noon and start back at 1 or 1:30 and get a lot of this heavy lifting, because there's gonna be questions that come up that we need to go back and get some research on and bring the court the answers to it.
Yes.
And so, that gives the department heads a little time to get things together if they need to, if they don't already have it, so.
Then, of course, we have that holiday at the end of that week.
Yeah.
And then when we come back that week of July 7th, those next 2 weeks, the week of July 7th and 14th, those are going to be very heavy, lots of discussion. Last year, we had a similar schedule, and I think it worked really well, but a lot packed in those 2 weeks. And so I know historically we don't meet on Mondays or Wednesday mornings. I went ahead and just blocked out the week. Just, if something occurred and y'all did want to meet any of those times. But again, just those 2 weeks, we'll have constant discussions. I know we have a regular agenda on the 15th to fit in there as well. But those 2 weeks, super important for discussion purposes.
So where we can, Reagan, we'll need to, on those days, we'll post for the whole day unless there's a conflict. Now, if I know ahead of time on Wednesday mornings, if we have to meet on Wednesday morning, I can get Judge Swanton or someone to sit in for me for probate and guardianship court. And I don't want to postpone those courts because it builds up. And but he's been kind enough to help me. When we do have conflicts, but I don't like to impose. But anyhow, let's try to really concentrate on those early meetings, and
yes, sir.
It'll pay in the long run, I'm sure.
Yeah, and I'm confident. I think if we stay organized and on task, and we can knock things out, and I think we can get the majority of it done those 2 weeks.
Okay.
It should be good. And then, of course, the week of the 21st, that is the week you all have a conference, but we can take what we've discussed those 2 weeks before and, work on that behind the scenes, gather any other information that you've requested, and then we'll come back that last week of July, and on July 29th, that's when you will vote on the proposed tax rate, just the proposed tax rate, and then we will file the proposed budget, which then gives the public the chance to look at that proposed budget and then come back during the month of August and voice their concerns if they have them.
And those are critical times. So look at your calendars now. If you've got, very important things that you need to be at, we can't adjust those 2 dates, but we can adjust some going to that. But vacations, horse races, car races, those kind of things, they think about all that. If it affects anyone, bull ridings, important.
And I think the way we've set this up is that, when we file the proposed, it's a very good indication of what you plan on adopting as well. And so I think going forward into August, I think as usual, August will be light on discussion, but we can always continue discussions in August if needed. So if for some reason something is needing to be discussed much further, definitely have that month of August to continue if needed.
Yeah. So if you see a conflict, we got a little way that we can move things right now.
Yes,
Be
sir.
harder to do later on, so.
Correct.
Okay?
And that's all I had for today.
All right, thank you. All right, Justin?
So Judge, 10:30, do you want to take a break or do you want to keep going?
I think Commissioner Smith and I need a break.
Kind of you to include me, Judge.
Yeah, well, you always thank me when we have one.
I do.
So let's take a 10-minute recess.
I don't see any summer conflicts. I don't think the Rangers are gonna do anything for me to have to run up there and watch it.
What a division.
Recording stopped.
When Oakland is in first place, you know.
Yeah, oh, the first place team's moving.
Okay, let's call court back into session. All right, Dustin.
All right, we can move down to item K, grant proposals. K1 is our ARPA discussion. We have a few invoices. K1A is regarding Old Springfield Road Water System Improvements, agreement with Meckel Contracting, authorization of application for payment number 2. Amy?
Okay, so this is their second pay application. They are well more than halfway through. They'll be done by the end of this month, and we will be closing out this project.
Fantastic. We're gonna have a ribbon cutting?
For a water, if you want.
Turn the water faucet on.
There you go.
I think it's a good
We'll turn
idea.
on somebody's sprinkler
There
system.
you go.
Yeah. All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
And Amy, if you want to stay, we'll go ahead and do K1D regarding Fern Valley Road low water crossing improvements, agreement with Holy Contractors, authorization of application for payment number 1.
This is another project that's going to be completed by the end of the month. The only thing that will be left would be construction of the cul-de-sac, which we cut out from the original contract because we were having problems with the property easements that we needed for that. So we're still working on that, and we'll be coming back to revisit that after we have the easements that we need.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the pay application number 1?
So move.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
K1B is regarding the professional services agreement with Forvis Mazars, authorization of grant management services invoice through March 2025. This invoice totals $3,830.39, and it is for those grant management services related to ARPA. It's been reviewed and recommended for approval.
All right, any questions? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K1E is regarding the McLennan County ARPA HVAC renovation project, agreement with Lockridge Priest, authorization to pay application number 4. Ken?
Yes, TJ and I have reviewed the pay application. We visited and we find this acceptable. It's in the amount of $133,341.08, and we recommend approval.
Mine says 9 cents. I don't want to bicker over a penny, but
The actual pay app says 8.
okay. All right. If I'm wrong, I'll put a penny in.
Okay.
I think it's rounding for retainage. I think it's just how,
Mine says 8.
Okay. All right.
Back to the question
Yeah.
of, is this gonna be, what is, I don't remember what their time frame was on this. Are they gonna be able to complete this by the end of?
Yes, they should be able to
January?
complete this.
Okay, great.
All right. Any other questions? No other questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Let me, I'm sorry, I do want to say one thing. The generator part of this is going to be running real tight.
You gonna be what?
The generator is part of this for the jail, and it's going to be kind of close, but I believe we're going to make it.
Okay. All right.
Hey, Judge.
Got to back up.
Yeah.
Make a motion. Or
Oh,
somebody needs to. We didn't make a motion. We
I'll
just
make a motion
On the prior
that
one
we
or this one?
On this one.
approve the pay application.
okay.
a second.
All right, I have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K2 is regarding the Texas Bar Foundation ratification of grant award and related grant agreement for specialty court. Back in July of last year, the court approved the submission of this grant application. It's for a specialty court for a sober living support and assistance project. This grant's been awarded. They needed this paperwork back on April the 25th. That's why we're seeking ratification. And the total grant award is $15,160. Just need a motion to approve the ratification of this grant award and agreement.
All right, I'll make a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
K3 is regarding the statewide automated victim notification service, SAVINS grant, authorization of participating entity services agreement with Sologist Gov. And this is a contract with McLennan County. And this is through the Office of Attorney General's office. Typically, yearly, we approve the agreement with APRIS. They have gone out on a solicitation and have selected Sologist Gov. And so Sologist Gov receives those payments from the Office of Attorney General on the behalf of the county for those victim notification services. So we just need a motion to approve this participating entity service agreement.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the participating entity services agreement.
All right.
Second.
Motion made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
Moving down to item L. L1 is specialty court, authorization of order accepting monetary donations. In your packet is a list of those donations in memory of Judge David Hodges for use by the specialty court.
Okay, any discussion? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the donation.
Second.
All right, I have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L2 is criminal district attorney, authorization of order accepting monetary donations. And Francis, I don't know if you have anything to add to this, but this was a donation from the Waco Women's Lions Club, totaling $2,500 to be used by the DA's office for victim services.
I don't have anything else.
Motion to approve.
Second.
All right, I have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
L3 is Road and Bridge Precinct 3, authorization of monthly cell phone allowance request. Commissioner Jones?
This is a cell phone allowance request for our new mechanic. He uses his phone for incoming calls, equipment failures, pricing for parts, purchase orders, requests, and it's his personal cell phone.
I'll make a motion we approve.
Second.
I have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Moving on to item M, additional items for discussion and potential action. M1 is the legislative discussion. Don't know if anybody has anything they'd like to bring forward today.
Well, I think everyone's received updates from TAC, from Rick Thompson. And Cody sent out some more stuff this morning, but I guess some bills that we're working on. One is to request additional $10 million for behavioral health network that would come through the county. We're working out the details on that. It's in the proposed budget. Hadn't seen any pulls. There's other legislation pertaining to funding that they've had over the last several years. It is a question, and I hope I've sent a letter of support to do that because it's the money that covers the operating expense for the diversion center. The Central Texas Water Alliance has sailed through everything and it's gone to it's had the last reading in the House and Senate, and it is going to it's on the governor's desk to sign. There'll be a press release primarily prepared by Bell County Judge David Blackburn, but I'll participate in that as well. As you know, McLennan County and Bell County are, along with many other entities that use water, to come together to create the organization. Once this is signed and in the process, it gives us it will give the entity the authority to access right-of-way and to sell revenue bonds. So it won't be a taxpayer cost, it would be a water user cost on those entities. And there's a lot of entities within the Bell and McLennan County area. But it also includes part of Falls County because the Carrizo water, groundwater comes up into parts of Falls County and then all the way to Coryell because Fort Cavazos is a big supporter and would be a big buyer of water for national security reasons, redundancy and resources and those kind of things. So that's a update on that. As these other issues that could affect the county were mentioned by Mark McLennan. Got update there. And there's many others that could affect the county or funding. My general opinion on it is that I think the state legislative body may be evidently has lost some confidence in the voters making decisions. And so primarily due to some counties that have excessive taxes and those things. We're not one of those counties. We're very responsible. And I just hope they're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. But anyhow, that's, anybody else have anything, any updates on?
A lot of it's one-size-fits-all legislation.
Yeah.
And it unfortunately does affect us. You know, in the past, they've restricted some of their laws passed to counties over a certain size or something like that, but when they don't do it, then we get lost in the shuffle sometimes and suffer the consequences. I know there's a couple of, one thing, the funding's there for indigent defense, but it's less than it was before.
10 million less.
There's no funding at all for CPS for indigent parents representation. That still falls entirely on the county's shoulders. There's been no money put forth on that at all. So there's still some bills down there that will cost us money.
Yeah, no doubt, no doubt. Anyone else have anything?
May the 12th is the deadline for bills to be reported out of committee.
I think so.
Yeah, I think that's right. That was
In
actually
the House.
Yeah.
130th day for Senate bills, so.
They have, so the calendar is now including weekends. So that's primarily due to the amount of bills, and they rate the movement, and evidently they're thinking it's not moving fast enough to meet the ending deadline. So the calendars now include Saturdays, and the workday is going to be Sunday between them. So Mother's Day included. So
okay,
it'll be bring your spouse to the legislation. All right, anything else? I think that's all, Dustin.
Okay, moving on to item M2, selection designation of public members of the Salary Grievance Committee regarding the FY26 budget. And I believe we need to draw additional names today. Is that correct, Mercedes?
That's correct, Dustin. We need to draw 9 names today. So
You ready?
Mr. Perry, I'm ready.
Let's roll. Christy K. Roberts. Nicole Seidensticker.
Thank you.
Lizette Robinson. Vandalyn Woodard. Wayne Branscombe. William Paulson. Perry Dean Poteet.
Thank you. 2 more.
2 more. John Denton.
Extra boy.
And Graciela Chairs. You know, when you think you know a lot of people in this county, every time we draw these, I don't know anyone. It's amazing.
So far, we know, I know 2 of them.
2.
Okay. All right, Dustin.
All right, moving on to item M3, authorizations regarding the 2025 North and East Texas County Judge and Commissioners Annual Conference, including host court night. This is on the agenda just in case there's anything that needs to be discussed, but I'm not aware of anything for today. We can move on to M4, discussion and or action regarding order authorizing Memorial Day fireworks sales. So if the court would like to permit sales of fireworks during the Memorial Day period, this order must be adopted before May 15th. If the court does not want to permit those sales, then no action is required. We did check with emergency management, and they do not see any issues with approving the sale of fireworks for Memorial Day.
All right, any discussion? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion been made and second to take money and blow it up. Any other discussion? If no other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
M5 is regarding the McLennan County Local Provider Participation Fund, the LPPF. There's two IGTs. I'm going to go ahead and read them both in. M5A is one under the uncompensated care, the UC program, and then the other is M5B is the Hospital Augmented Reimbursement Program, the HART program. Heather?
Yes, so the first, the UC DY8, the requested amount is $295,572.11. And we're requesting the IGT up to the balance in the LPPF for that on the date of transfer. The due date is May 15th with the settlement date of May 16th. The second, the HARP Federal Fiscal Year 25, the requested amount is $643,473.30. Again, requesting to IGT up to the balance in the LPPF on the due date of Thursday, May 15th with the settlement date of May 16th.
Okay, any questions? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve M5A and M5B.
Second.
All right, have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
M7 is authorization of county webpage request for McLennan County Child Welfare Board, also known as the Children's Protective Services Board. Heather?
Yes, so to assist in the transition of duties, the Health Services Department is asking to work with the IT department to create a CPS board page on the McLennan County website. So this will be a sub-site similar to our health services page that we have now. I've listed some general topics that the CPS board would like included on their page, and it will also serve as a way for folks to request resources from the CPS board as well.
Okay, any questions?
It's a great idea.
All right,
Motion to approve.
Second.
have motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
Thank you.
M9 is authorization of refund request for overpayment of real estate taxes. Tax office has submitted the refund request and they are listed in the packet. And just as a reminder, only those in excess of $2,500 must be approved by the court.
All right, we're consistent with what we've been doing, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have motion second. Any discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passed.
M10 is authorization to submit requests for unclaimed property capital credits from Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts. So we have to return this letter if we wish to receive those funds. And just as a reminder, these are unclaimed property capital credits from electric cooperatives. So essentially they're payments that were issued to the members of that co-op that checks that either went uncashed or were lost. And so if we want to claim those, we just have to submit this letter by July 31st.
Okay, I don't know why we wouldn't.
Yeah.
So, I'll make a motion, we approve.
Second.
Have motion second. Any other discussion? No discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Have nothing under item N today. Under item O, McLennan County Downtown Jail Remodel Project. O2 is authorization of fire pump use agreement with the city of Waco. TJ?
Sorry about that, Dustin. We'll need to defer this item. We're waiting on some additional information from both the architects and the design team, as well as the contractors on site. So we'll defer this for at least another court session.
All right, I make a motion, we defer.
Second.
Motion been made second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
So Judge, that should take care of all the action items with the exception of E3B, which is the department head evaluations. And then if we, court would like to, we could probably go ahead and do some of those before lunch.
Yes, okay, and, so I guess, if there needs to be any general discussion about the process, which I think we do, so Anna, if you'll come forward, speak to the court, and then we'll go into executive session and start those discussions.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So we list out an evaluation schedule for the department heads under the executive session, and so each department head will have an opportunity to come and present kind of their year-end review with the court, highlighting accomplishments, challenges, and anything, of course, they feel of importance to address with the court in the moment. And they each take a turn. And then towards the end, of course, the executive session, then the court will, on their own, convene and workshop the evaluations themselves.
Okay, any questions about how we're gonna do this? And then just a general comment, for those department heads that are listening, that this is a great opportunity to, as we talk and answer questions or whatever, that you express, where you see the department going and what the needs are in the future. What can we do? What can the court do to help you? So, all right. With that, we'll go into executive session regarding personnel matters. This is personnel review, evaluations of Commissioners Court and appointed department heads. So we'll do that at this time.
Auditor, are they, I know you're available, I see John sitting back there. Do we know if anybody else is available?
So we've got that, so we're gonna start with Amy, I believe, right?
I was going to ask her to see if she wanted a little
Oh,
more
okay.
time. John, I believe John.
John's here as well, either one.
Amy's here, John's here, and Anna's here.
Are we looking at maybe by 11:30?
Yeah, that's what,
15
we're probably
minutes.
only gonna be able to do one.
That-
may just do one.
I need to be somewhere 11:30.
Well, this is our lunch right here. And it's very good.
And we're gonna do Anna at the end, Commissioner.
Okay, that's fine. I just didn't know if anybody'd be ready this morning. Caught them by surprise.
Recording stopped.
Yeah,
step out of here.
Music is brought to you by McLennan County Commissioner. All right, let's go back into regular session. We're gonna take
Step out of
a break
here.
until 1:30. We are adjourned. We are recessed.
Wait a minute. He's really. Sitting here, going anywhere. Alerted me. I was thankful it wasn't raining.
Yeah, right, I know.
Did the judge say what time he's gonna be convening the meeting?
1:30.
1:30, okay.
Broadcast live. Are we out of here? Did we? Better not. Hey, Mike.
let's call court back into order.
Cedar
Okay,
Excuse me.
we need to go into executive session under 551.074 for personnel review, evaluation, Commissioners Court, and appointed department heads.
Tracy's already been over there. Mercedes could. You made your name on board.
What am I supposed to say?
Adjourn.
All right, anything else? Did we get everything on the agenda covered, Mercedes?
Yes, sir, you did. Yes, Judge, you did.
Thank you, thank you. All right, anything else to come before the court? If not, we stand adjourned.